Yuka, where are you going? I was just getting the stream started, and Juko was sitting in my chair, which is fine. I'm just standing. But then he just started moving around. Hey, Fuzzy. Welcome back to the stream, folks. Don't climb the microscope, honey. Ah. Cat zone. Alright, so this is going to be another stream in which I am mostly trying to get some kind of software stack running on this old 486 voting machine. And I have the kind of short-term goal of just getting this thing put back together and get off my desk. I can have some of my desk space back, you know? Oh, too good. Did you find something to bite? Yeah. Get that wire out of his reach. I've got this temporary network cable for the machine we're working on that isn't protected to my usual standards, and of course Tuco found it. So yeah, the gist of this is I want to get this machine sealed up, at least for now. I am fairly confident that I can boot Linux on it. I just don't have a great Linux environment. It's got intermittent PCMCIA problems, and even when it works, it's really slow. So, I do just want to try out some other operating systems just to make sure the bootloader is fairly stable before putting it together. So I ran a quick random Twitter poll for a couple hours the other day, and the choices were DOS, Windows 3.1, Windows 95, or plan9. And plan9 won by a landslide. Second choice was DOS. Plan9 came up mostly because I was just searching around the internet for various open source drivers that could talk to some of the chips that we've got on here. So specifically, we've got this chips 6550 graphics adapter, which we have drivers for like every platform, it seems, and we have a pretty decent data sheet for it. So it seems like almost best case as far as graphics adapters here. It's relatively well documented, relatively fast. X11 has, or Xorg at least, has support for the 2D acceleration, but not with rotation. They are mutually exclusive features, the way that the driver is written. And Windows 3.1 has 2D acceleration, but not rotation at all. And I looked at plan9, it actually does have a driver for this chip. That driver seems to be just a really basic frame buffer, though, with no acceleration support. So it's going to be slow, approximately as slow as the Xorg driver, and I don't know if plan9 has any way of doing screen rotation. Oh, there's a good question in chat. How's Tuco doing today? I think he's been eating a little more lately. He still eats on a super inconsistent schedule, which is relatable, but probably not the greatest. So I usually have both dry food out for him just all the time and wet food, which right now are just like the same thing prepared differently. He seems to like the wet food, but he doesn't eat like much of it consistently. He seems to be having a pretty good time, though, in general. So yeah, the other thing that seemed interesting about Plan 9, maybe besides bare bones support for this graphics chip, it seems to support PCMCIA, and even at a pretty early stage. Hey, Tuco, are you chewing stuff? Like, there seem to be a bunch of different ways to make this work. There's a Plan 9 installer floppy disk, which we could run via some kind of floppy emulation. Like, I was thinking maybe the first stop is we try the memdisk bootloader written by the SysLinux guy and see if that can load at all first, and then see, I figure first test it with something like MS-DOS or FreeDOS, but then just see if we can throw in a full-on disk image of Plan 9 onto it. See, here Tuco's eating the dry food. I'm going to prepare him a bowl of some wet food to see if he'll eat it right now. Tuco, did you want out? Tuco, I made you something. Do you want this? It might be warm. It's just cool. It's a little bit too hot. Ugh, this stuff is gross. This is fine, this isn't burning me. What is that? Is this what you want? You just want out him? That's cool. What a weirdo. Okay, speaking of weird things, my cat's pretty weird. Plan 9 is also pretty weird. And there are a few different distributions of it. It's funny, there are a bunch of interesting little technological and cultural through lines between Plan9 and some of modern, like, high-tech, high-money computer science, like Google. Anyway, we might end up having to try compiling some of this stuff, which I don't know if they do cross-compiling. I haven't actually found the build instructions yet. There are a couple different ways you can get the source code. Like, the source code seems to be just included in the distribution. The source code's also been posted to Git, and I'm sure it's on plenty of other places. But yeah, I haven't actually seen how you build it. It's written in C, but I assume that you need to use a very specific C compiler. He goes back. Hey. 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 You want to eat that? It looks good by your standards, I assume. No? You want it dry instead? You just want to steal my seat. Okay. That is a good question. There's a question in chat about whether the 486 has floating point coprocessor support and whether plan9 needs it or has emulation. Yeah, I don't actually know. I mean, so I know the processor does not have floating point. I don't know if plan9 needs it. I don't think it has an emulator. So that could be a problem right away. We'll have to find out. Before I run this on the real machine, I was going to see if I could run it on a fairly similar configuration under QEMU. And so I should see if QEMU will let me disable floating point support. Tuco. I'm always telling Tuco he's a little cat. He needs to eat more and be a slightly less little cat. Feels like he's slightly less little today. Ah, this whole place smells like Tuco's food now. Tuco, you don't even want to eat it now. That's a great comment from Ada in chat who says he's got to get his fill of bolts and grow big and strong and rigid like a good machine tool. Tuco is an automatic cable manager, state of the art, or mangler. He does try to manage the cables, at least for the definition of management that goes by in, most software enterprises. So yeah, I wasn't sure if there was any point to using one of these special distros of plan9. I figure maybe we'll cross that bridge once we determine what the actual problems look like, but maybe I'd start with something pretty normal, like either the CD image or the apparently deprecated floppy image, question mark. The floppy image might be nicer to start with, even if it is deprecated, and possibly missing some drivers, because it is probably something we can run using memdisk by just loading the whole thing into RAM, Whereas anything that's bigger, we would need to figure out how to get it to support the PCMCIA disk, because that's what we'd be loading off of. And there are different routes to that, either via full PCMCIA support or by leaving it in its sort of sparsely configured way that I have it left over from Grub. There also seems to be another little crossroads, whereas we could use plan9's bootloader, which is what we'd end up with if we just pick the whole floppy disk image. Or we could actually use Grub, because Grub has native support for plan9 images. So we could have Grub load a plan9 kernel off of the PCMCIA card, which Grub has support for at least a little bit now. So that might be something, I don't know, that might not be easier, but it might be easier like if we end up having serious problems with the kind of default configurations. Oh, are you eating now? Oh, the pattern on that dish thing actually kind of works with the green screen. Okay, there's also a Raspberry Pi image, which is interesting. So yeah, that links over to this 9p.io site. I think both of these are actually running on plan9 based file servers. I'm just going to download all three of these and we can see if there might be bits and pieces from each of them that we need. I don't think we need that. Did I not actually save that? Hey, Tuco, you're right in the way now. Shh. plan9 from Taco Bell Labs. There's that Tuco Bell. That's an interesting question. Does anyone know the answer to this one? Because I don't. Was plan9 originally built for power architecture? I don't actually know what the original architecture was. They've got ports for a handful of things like x86 and ARM and MIPS. Oh gosh, I might need my glasses to install this. I could just make the text bigger for everyone. It doesn't say whether the floppy disk omitted PCMCIA support. It seems like if anybody needs PCMCIA support, it would be the install floppy, right? Gosh, how slow are these downloading? Oh, very slow. At least for the connection here. Maybe we'll look up the answer to that question while that's downloading. What do I have to do to make it collapse the sidebar? Yeah, that weird guy. This was made by a bunch of people who are like around for the beginning of the commercialization explosion in computing. And so a lot of people know about them. From skimming this, I haven't seen a reference to what the CPUs they used at first was, or... Hey, Tuco, your cat food smells terrible. You sure you don't want to eat it? Maybe he's doing that now. Oh yeah, that's a really good point about the architecture from chat. The early catchphrase was to build a Unix out of a lot of little systems, not a system out of a lot of little Unixes. Yeah, it's an interesting idea because so many of the individual components of the system are based on effectively being file systems, and then you use this fairly flexible operating system level way of gluing together file systems that are implemented in different processes and different libraries. It seems pretty cool. I've never used it. It's a pretty classic architecture at this point that's influenced a lot of other systems, both from people like literally who designed this going on to design other things, and also just from people being inspired by the same sort of architectural concepts. Yeah, like I think it's got some similarity with the idea that like your whole system is kind of one big like executable image that you can modify in some ways, but it's also like very like compartmentalized and Unixy in other ways. Like it's I don't quite understand like how like in which ways it's monolithic and in which ways it's very granular. Like prototypically it's like an example of microkernel design. Everything is broken up into small pieces and a lot of it in user space. It's also relatively simple. Like if you look at the code, there isn't actually that much code there. It might be interesting to look closer at that. Oh, did these finally finish downloading? I'm doing this on a slow computer. I guess maybe I want to copy the entire ISO to the SD card. I don't actually know what the difference is going to be between the ISO and the USB disk. So that's maybe my first question here. Yeah, it's interesting how extreme the commitment is to things being files, and especially text files they have in Plan 9. So like the partition table is a text file. It's interesting in that it's like good for transparency. It's not so good if you want to adhere to the principle of making illegal states unrepresentable, because you end up with like a whole lot of different code that's processing input in different, like maybe slightly different ways. So like the last thing I want is a bunch of different system critical programs all parsing text in potentially slightly different ways, right? Oh, there's a comment in chat about these sun thin clients. Gosh, the sun rays, is that what they're called? Those have been around for a while. There was a computer lab or two with those at my college. I remember seeing them going for real cheap on eBay a little more recently, and folks were repurposing them. I forget what the architecture was like on those. I used to keep more up to date with like thin client kind of stuff, because that was close to what I was doing in my day job for a minute. Oh, the USB disk is actually huge. 1.8 gigs. Okay. And ISO is actually an ISO. So yeah, maybe we use the USB disk image as a basis for an SD card image, and then either just try to boot that with Grub directly, or use the floppy image as a bootloader. Tuco's in the wrong spot. Let's put Tuco back up here. Doesn't make as much visual sense, but it's out of the way of the terminal. I thought Plan 9 file systems had something where they often also included a FAT file system for initialization. I wonder if this has that. Yeah, I think that might be a FAT16 that's embedded inside the Plan 9 partition. That part thing is the actual partition table, I think, as a text file. Yeah, I was reading the document for this earlier today. It's, I think, the second sector of a Plan 9 partition is a partition table with subpartitions in it. And then those subpartitions can be various kinds of file systems, including a FAT file system, or the main Plan 9 file system they're using at this point, I think, is called Fossil. Oh, was that an answer in chat about whether Plan 9 was originally for power? I wasn't sure about the context for that. The original architecture. Plan 9 from Bell Labs. Yep. Yeah, I was curious if 7-zip would know how to take that apart, and it did find the FAT file system part of this at least. And so I think I think 9 load is, last I looked at it, it was just like a flat binary or something, like a DOS COM file or just like a flat loadable binary, and that's the bootloader. And then I think that file that starts with 9pc is a particular version of the kernel. I bet you CPUF means CPU floating point, which is probably not what we actually want. There's a couple of different versions of the kernel. I mean, maybe we end up having to compile one if we actually want this to work, though. I mean, this couldn't be a COM file because it's way too big, but when I was doing this on the floppy image earlier, file was detecting it as a .com, but that was also a different version of file than I'm running on this machine. Anyway, this is going to know about that fat configuration partition. It's going to know about the plan9 subpartitions. And presumably some just system setup kind of stuff. I guess this is managing transitions between real mode and protected mode. We could read the source code for that, of course. Like the system is all released in source code, so we don't have to disassemble anything unless we feel like it. And then this kernel image is normally gzipped on the system and it gets ungzipped into memory. It's pretty big ungzipped. And this plan9.ini is where all the drivers are set up, so we probably will end up needing to having to mess with this a bunch. All right. Well, let's try running this in QEMU first. Oh, that's interesting. There's another comment from chat about the Sunray thin clients, that there's someone working on reverse engineering them and they are odd and MIPS. That's cool. I don't know if this is still going on. I saw something floating by a while ago about folks reverse engineering this this FPGA-based thin client. I'm forgetting the name of it at the moment, and it doesn't really matter because I think the company's defunct. But that was contemporary with some of the thin client stuff I was doing in my day job a while ago. Like, I wasn't working on it directly, but I had a coworker who was like experimenting with them for something or other. And yeah, they had this whole product that was based on the idea that the thin client was really thin. It doesn't even have a CPU. It's just like an FPGA full of state machines. It was like hard to see the practicality in it, but it was an interesting engineering flex. But now it's just an FPGA development platform for some folks on eBay. There's another cool comment from chat about someone running a MIPS version of Windows, and that being a pretty surprising sight. Yeah, there were a couple of other architectures, right? There was also Alpha for a long time, like Deck Alpha. Did they do something with Z80? I forget whether they actually had something for Z80 or whether that was just like whether they only just resold CPM. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's interesting to witness the moments when Microsoft steps outside of the x86 world. Can we turn off FPU? I don't know if I can turn off the FPU. I might just have to assume it might just crash because of that, and if it does, we'll have to rebuild the kernel. I would hope a well-behaved kernel wouldn't use float instructions, but you never know. Okay, so this booted up our customized version of Grub. I'm guessing we can just chain load ATA2 and we'll at least get part of the plan9 bootloader. It's not going to know where to find the rest of it, though. Guessing we want to use memdisk for this. Interesting. I was looking at the source code for that grub module earlier, and there's just a signature in the header they check. So I don't know what that means specifically. Okay. Okay, let's try memdisk. Oh man, love it when Synergy and QEMU fight. I think I can just keep this partition and then add another partition with the stuff that I actually need to boot. I'm gonna find the exact size of my actual card so I can expand this. Oh, why am I doing this on the tiny computer? Yeah, I know my file system is slow. Okay. This computer has a fairly small file system because I don't really intend to store big stuff on it. Plenty of space over here, though. I have no idea if it's going to be useful to leave space unpartitioned or to just make a larger fat file system or what. I think I'm going to leave some space unpartitioned for now. wonder if this might be more convenient if I just start working on the real SD card now instead of in an image. I kind of wanted to write an QEMU from a file, though. Is there no unit for half kilobyte sectors? Okay, so I have a fat file system. Put that into the right spot in the image, and then probably just use mtools to read and write it. I actually wouldn't mind it truncating. Okay. So now we need memdisk itself and then the floppy disk image. I'm just putting the floppy disk image inside the USB disk image for Plan 9. That memtest image is unrelated, but that could be useful too, maybe. I don't think I've actually gotten memtest to run on this machine yet, because the bootloader was not in a great state in general last time I tried that. Okay. actually just wanted to download this. And I'll need the documentation in a minute. Oh, it would help if this was on the correct computer. This doesn't come with any binaries, does it? That's what I want on disk. See, now I want to run QEMU, not over SSH. I guess I could run QEMU over SSH. Maybe I'll do that also. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Ada in chat's mentioning about how they had a, for the time, really huge 350 gigabyte storage device they called the Worm because it was intended to be written once and read many times. That makes some of the software make a little more sense. I was reading about their archive server, and it's a big ol' content addressed store that is based on an append-only log, and it didn't seem to have any possible strategy for deleting data. It's like strictly append-only with no compaction or anything. Okay, so I think ATA2 MS-DOS1 is the plan9 file system that Grub probably doesn't know how to read, but ATA2 MS-DOS should actually be an MS-DOS file system. Oh yeah, ATA2 MS-DOS2. There we go. That didn't work. I don't actually know what boot standard memtest uses. Maybe it's multi-boot. I thought it was 16-bit Linux. Maybe we are having an unrelated problem here. Reboot as soon as the relocator hits. That's interesting. I wonder if there's still a bug in my 16-bit patch for Grub. Let's see if memdisk works. Okay, maybe. That's the plan9 bootloader. Okay, so memdisk works. At least in QEMU. Boot devices. Is that the right option? Well, that's interesting. I would be surprised if we get even that far on the real machine, but maybe we can give it a shot. Oh, I wanted to throw a DOS image on here just for the heck of it. Just to have something else for memdisk to load that's potentially actually going to work. It does seem like they're, like, I don't know if we want to go deep into the DOS thing, because, you know, I did promise folks plan9 today, but there are some DOS PCMCIA drivers we could probably try loading on here. Let's grab a free DOS. Is it booting? I'm assuming this means that it hung trying to talk to memdisk. Memdisk has some options. Oh, is it loading right over top of the PCMCIA window I made? I don't think that's happening. I think it's loading right before that. Yeah, I don't know how other operating systems are going to handle me removing a big chunk of low memory. I guess it's not that big. I think I only removed 64K. But it seems like DOS might want contiguous memory, so I don't know. Maybe that cuts off a decent amount of its high memory. I don't think that explains why this is crashing. We could use the QEMU debugger to see why it's crashing. Ugh. Let's try booting this plan9 disk directly. Which is not realistic, but I'm curious if it would work. Why the boot loop? Let's change the emulated CPU. Oh, invalid opcode. Oh yeah. Invalid opcode. That would be important. I wonder if any of the older releases already have kernels that are compiled for different CPUs. I got a much different boot loop out of it this time with a later CPU model. Now pretending to be an Athlon. Yeah, okay, maybe I should see if these historical releases of Plan 9 even boot on a 486 QEMU. I should try booting the floppy disk image directly. This doesn't seem right. Alright, like this is the floppy image, but their hard-coded default is CD boot. What file is that? I don't know if that file name is right. Right, that's the CD kernel. PC flop. Some more bad paths there. Okay, if we weren't running QEMU over curses, then we would actually maybe see it running there. So if we run the Plan 9 USB stick image, the kernel seems to use instructions the 486 doesn't have. If we run the floppy disk image, that seems to boot all right. So the thing that I was doing with memdisk, maybe it actually will work. But memdisk wasn't actually working. I'm wondering if there's a problem specific to this version of FreeDOS or something. We could try like an older MS-DOS maybe. I thought I had this image handy, but maybe not. Also just try a different version of FreeDOS. You could also unpack the kernel from the floppy image and then try booting that kernel directly with grub. I imagine we'll hit the same version problem, whatever that actually was. Unless that's just because it was compressed. Maybe grub needs uncompressed kernels. It has a much smaller kernel. Oh, maybe it likes non-compressed kernels. I don't know how it's going to locate any of its devices or configuration, but I'm just curious what happens if we boot this. Not bad. Oh, it asks. That's interesting. No idea where any of my devices are going to be. Like, this doesn't have, I assume, any way to load the PCMCIA stuff. Yeah, I have no idea what plan9 would need as prerequisites in order to get the PCMCIA loaded. There's no help for that in grub, is there? Hey, honey, why are you doing that? Hey, don't be looking for stuff to chomp. Oh, gosh. Honey. Boy. Okay, I mostly want to focus on trying to get something working under memdisk. But it does look like we can have grub load the plan9 kernel. I just need to learn more about plan9 to know what options it would even need. I need to go. ISO image. ISO image. To go. It's just funny that this is an ISO image. Like, whose ID or whose CD-ROM driver is this? Oh, 2Q on out. Why is this a CD-ROM? Ugh. Oh, you went back in. Ah. Hey. Hey, yes, you went back in. I get it. Oh, you wanted to steal my chair. Definitely by Microsoft. Yeah, this. I don't actually need to run MS-DOS in here. I was hoping to run FreeDOS. Let's see if an older version of FreeDOS actually runs. Suko. Okay, back and grab. Okay, back in grab we have some plan9 files, 2 different versions of FreeDOS and memtest, and Tuco taking up my entire seat. This is not very ergonomic. Oh, same thing. Yeah, I wanna see if maybe that cut mem is the cause. Gosh, Tuco, it's so hard to actually work him in the seat. Is there an uncut mem? I wanted a way to undo the cut mem that's already in the earlier grub config file. This might be something to change in the bootloader config, like maybe move the cut mem into Linux booting specifically, and then I mean, I need to map some memory in that region temporarily, but I guess that's part of the problem is I do actually need some physical memory during the grub setup to, at the very least, access the registers in the PC card to enable its I/O space. So at least temporarily need to borrow some memory from grub. I could do it without telling grub, but that seems more dangerous. I wonder what happens to the memory map if I chain load grub from grub. How do I even display the memory map in grub? Yeah. Ah, this only has cut mem and battram. Hmm. 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 Oh, well, I mean, I guess theoretically I could move that somewhere else. So it's down at OX 8,000, 80,000, I guess. That's an okay location for it for Linux. Linux doesn't seem to mind having a hole there. And it's out of the range of the BIOS mappings. And Linux didn't have support for the particular way this chipset handles mappings that are above 1 megabyte, even though this chipset does support that. But maybe I want to use this cutnum only for Linux, and then for grub initialization, maybe I put it in high memory somewhere, or maybe I leave it down here and just hope that grub doesn't stomp on it. That sounds terrible. Hmm. I remind myself which one of these is which. I want to first turn on the memory window and then use that to turn on the I/O, and then leave the I/O window on but the memory window off, just so that we don't end up leaving any memory hazards for whatever we're loading next. So as it's configured right now, we've got a big hole in memory at OX 80,000, which we're telling the operating system about, but it's still there. It doesn't have to be. That's right, I want the register list for this chipset. Okay. Memory window down here, IO windows up here. Yeah, it's certainly possible that memdisk is interfering with that memory cutout. It wouldn't even be interfering with the actual PCMCIA hardware at this point, right? Because we're in QEMU and there is no PCMCIA hardware. At least I don't think QEMU has a PC card controller. I certainly didn't enable one on purpose. Need to. Do you want to eat more? Eat this. It's food, right? Are you gonna eat the meat or just drink the broth? Camera warmness zone. Okay, we should have a new build of the bootloader image. See if this actually helps. I'm like, it's taking its time to copy files. That is like a 2 GB file. Okay. Hello? Did I just lose my connection to that machine? Oh yeah, that computer is seeming really hung all of a sudden. How did that happen? Hmm. I'm gonna have to physically reboot this machine. Oh, no, no, it's still alive. Okay, what was that? Okay. Big ol' hiccup in that machine. Oh gosh, now Tuco's standing on the keyboard. Hey, Tuco. I'm annoyed that Grub doesn't have better commands to manipulate the memory map. Ah, I think that was it. So yeah, I think A colon is our RAM disk, and then C colon is the boot disk, which would be the compact flash card on the real system. Oh, I don't actually want to install that on the boot disk. So yeah, Friedal's boot. This one is the grub install image. I guess we've got another RAM disk on D colon. Yeah, I don't think FreeDOS comes with any PCMCIA stuff. I think I need to install a separate package for that. But we should be able to get this far with memdisk. Let's see if memdisk will load the plan9 floppy image now. And then if that works too, then I'll see if I can reproduce this on the real machine. Okay, so I've got just the kernel from the plan9 floppy image, but I'm going to run the entire floppy image here as a memdisk RAM disk image, so it'll emulate a floppy as far as DOS and BIOS is concerned. Okay. I think this problem we're hitting here is just the actual floppy disk image being broken. I think they just produced it with the wrong boot image. I think I want the file system name there. I don't think plan9 is seeing the emulated disk from memdisk. So I think that maybe worked well enough to get through, to load like the bootloader itself. Like, I assume that the MBR used memdisk to load the actual bootloader, but then... I mean, I would expect it to see some partitions inside FT0. I'm worried that Tuco's chewing on stuff, but he's just cleaning himself up there. Okay, this is probably not working, but I'm curious how far we even get on the real hardware, so I'm going to copy these to some actual media. 3 cards to update here. Let's put a new grub config on the Linux card. Totally reimage the grub card, and then reimage the plan9 card that we just made. Hey, Tuco. This one's nice and small, only 4 megs. Which is good because it goes on a slow device. Hey, Tuco. Tuco's in a very powerful position. He's like on top of the speaker, behind the camera, behind the light. He's calling all the shots. This lens body is trying to be a heatsink and pull the heat away from the camera a little. Hey, Tuco. Maybe I'll test the Linux boot while this is copying. This seems to be in one of the expected modes. So it's booting in a state where the two PC cards kind of unreliably get their IRQs assigned. So it's pretty typical that one or the other, or maybe sometimes both cards fail, but usually it's one or the other cards fail. So it looks like here the storage card is failing, but the network card shows signs of working. If we boot it again, it might do the opposite. But if that patch that I just made wasn't good, then we would have failed much earlier than this. This will time out in just a sec. Oh, it's not even waiting on this. Cool. Yeah, so we can see the two cards. And they're in the right memory regions. We could even make that memory region a little smaller. Okay, so I didn't break anything. Back to some modern storage media. Tuco's just got himself into a difficult to photograph location over there. I wonder what the speed bottleneck is right now, actually. I would have expected it to be somewhat faster. Right? It has a driver for the 3C589, which is the network card I've got in this. Confused by the phrase completely configurable, no options need be given. I think they mean that it's like automatically configured, but you can override the resources that it assigns. Some of those good old Lucent Orinoco cards. I'm sure they had a bunch of those hanging out. If we actually wanted to use this on the voting machine, we would probably need to write special software to do the screen rotation and some kind of touchscreen driver. I wonder if this floppy kernel from plan9 will in fact actually just detect the PCMCIA cards. It doesn't seem impossible that it will just find the hard drive. Oh, why is this so big? It's big and it breaks when I make it small. Yeah, looks like we have the fast scenario here for the network card. The interrupt works on the network card, but not on the storage card. I think this card's almost done copying. It was about 2 gigs. really settled down to 4 megs a second as its steady state write speed, huh? I wonder if that speaker is making a calming sensation or something. I think there's like a really quiet hissing noise coming from them when they're on, noise from the amplifier. I wonder if he's into that. Gosh, watching grass grow is probably pretty interesting by comparison, like being a living system rather than just a sequence of bytes. Tuco, are you comfortable? I think he might be coming down in a sec. There's a comment in chat a while ago. Someone was asking, "Are you winning, son?" And I want to say something. Oh, don't, Tuco, don't stand on it. I feel like we could parody one of the old like Dare ads, like winners don't use computers. Hey, Tuco. Pretty cat. He's really cute and in my lap right now. I don't know if I can move the camera without disturbing him. Oh, yeah, he's getting up. I thought it was 2 gigs. It's 2.8 gigs. Okay, well, that was it. All right, what do we have? ATA 3. Why do we not have a partition table? Huh. I wonder if there's something wrong with the adapter I'm using, because that doesn't seem like the right size either. I'll just reboot it and see if it's the same. Hmm. I noticed some behavior with this SD to CF adapter where sometimes the card would just not even be actually present and the size would be wrong, and I'm wondering if we're hitting that now. So I'm going to try reading it through a USB to ATA adapter. Yeah, it's C1 gig. That's same symptom. And that doesn't look right at all. Yeah, this might be an incompatibility between this particular CF card adapter and this particular SD card. Ugh. I have other SD cards, but that might mean we have to write it again. I'm putting the same SD card in an adapter so we can just read it back for a sec. Interesting. Let's try reseating it in the adapter. Maybe it was not making good contact. One gig again. Yeah. Okay, well, at least that's a problem outside of my machine. Let's copy this to another card. Maybe test the card first. Thought it was a size thing, but the other card that works fine is 64 gigs. Here's a different 8 gig card. Okay, that's showing up through all the adapters as an 8 gig card. Use fewer adapters to actually do the copy. Okay, take that 1 megabyte block sizes. Yeah, I wonder if that other card was just extremely slow and maybe the adapter wasn't getting the data in time. This is going to be a micro SD card in an adapter to SD card in an adapter to CF in an adapter to PCM-CIA, which is then on the logic board an adapter to ISA. So yeah, micro SD to ISA adapter, why not? Just waiting for this to copy again, and then we can actually try booting. So I've got 2 disks in this machine. There's a compact flash card that the BIOS knows how to read. That's just got grub on it. Grub is then able to boot a bunch of other things, including like Linux, or I've been using this other tool called memdisk, which is it's a little thing that pretends, it kind of has the same interface as a Linux kernel. You give it an init-rd that's actually a disk image, and then it emulates the BIOS read and write calls for that disk image so that you can use it to boot things like DOS or maybe plan9. Oh no. We are being raided by a group that is looking for floppy disks, I assume. I can't tell whether this is a gamer thing or a spam thing. I don't actually have any floppy disks in the room right now. I've got some in the garage. Yeah, I don't have a floppy disk. I have various other storage media. Not quite sure what you need. Kat and I are just sitting here in the dark so that we can see the screen without the glare. Oh, that's cool. They're making a project to do a Ghostbusters PKE meter style prop with a ESP8266, the text Wi-Fi. Man, I used to have some Ghostbusters toys as a kid. We had a little plastic PKE meter that, you like crank the side and the top would spin around. I don't even think it had any electronic parts. I think it was just a mechanical thing, right? I don't remember having any electronic Ghostbusters toys. We had a lot of like plastic toys though. Oh, nice! They had the exact same one, and the trap. Yeah, there was a ghost trap in that series. Oh yeah. Gosh, bringing back some Saturday morning cartoons memories there. Oh, we are almost done with this image. Maybe Grub will like it better when it's no longer truncated and missing the beginning. I wonder if that was maybe the adapter failing to detect LBA mode or something like that. Because it was not only the wrong size, but the addressing seemed like it was wrong. Like the beginning of the disk was not actually the beginning of the disk. There seemed to be data on it, but not the correct data. Is this not really close to being done? Yes, okay, finally. Got my plan9 micro SD card. There is a question about the formatting of that disk image. Yeah, it was an MBR disk image, but I don't need it to be bootable because I'm booting off of the other disk that has grub on it. That disk that I was just writing goes in the PCMCIA slot, which the BIOS can't even initialize. Oh, we've got the partition table now. Cool. Yay. Let's try booting FreeDOS via memdisk and grub. Ooh, oh. I thought it was hanging, but it was just taking a sec. It's looking good so far. Don't expect it to find a CD-ROM. We've got an XMS RAM disk. The installer that I'm going to cancel. Cool. So this A: is emulated by memdisk. I guess we don't have C:. I thought C: might have been the compact flash drive, but maybe memdisk ended up hiding that. I didn't expect it would do that by default. I don't know if there's a way in DOS to list the drive letters that are mapped. But it looks like A is all we've got. Well, cool. This is not bad. Okay, let's try plan9, also via memdisk. Yeah, booting this thing is kind of tricky because the BIOS has very limited disk support. It only supports the compact flash card slot, at least as far as the hardware we've actually got attached currently. We could theoretically attach another hard disk, but I haven't decided to do that yet. Oh, it's finding the PCMCIA controller. That's the 82365. So I don't know if the plan9, like, are we in the kernel or the bootloader at this point? I think this is the kernel. I don't know if that's right, but I don't know if it's going to access the MIM disk, but it seems like it's at least trying to talk to the PCMCIA controller. That might have hung it though. There are several ways to crash the system by accessing the PCMCIA controller just due to how non-standard it is, and it's probably tripping over one of those. It's interesting that it detected the AM486 by name. I don't think the CPU has a name string in it, so it must have had that in a table somewhere. Interesting. Well, I think it's crashed right now. We could use the oscope to try to see in what manner it's crashed. No plan9.ini. Yeah, we might have to try using grub to boot the plan9 kernel and then giving it some option for the ini. I don't know how we'd actually configure it though, because I don't know what devices the plan9 kernel could actually read that from. It seems like they want to read it from a FAT file system. Oh. Huh. I guess it was not actually crashed. And maybe it is actually working with memdisk. Maybe. Yeah, this has got to be... So actually, I still don't know whether this is the kernel or the bootloader, because I think the bootloader also has support for PCMCIA. Interesting. But I think it wants the FAT file system that contains plan9.ini here, which, thought we had one of those on the floppy, but if memdisk isn't actually working, then it can't see any of that. All right, next. It seems like this basically validates our bootloader image though. Like, we can boot DOS, we can boot Linux, we might be able to boot plan9, all without having to change the card that is bolted into the machine once it's fully assembled. Well, we've got a kernel now. Do we have any file systems? It detected the PC card controller again. It seems plausible we might actually have... Like, I don't know what the step is in plan9 to go from like a PC card controller and a slot driver to an actually loaded and instantiated driver within that slot. We might be missing that step. Oh, I'm also just failing to actually have keyboard input. That's interesting. Yeah. I wonder if there's actually just a problem with the keyboard in this case, or if something that's happening in the background hangs after it starts waiting for keyboard input. And there are a bunch of reasons why the PC card controller might not be working without patches. I had to patch it in several ways to get Linux to work. Well, I don't know what else to try without doing a bit of a deeper dive into plan9. I don't know if there's any other good quick tests we should try on this particular system. We could try DOS PCMCIA drivers. Like, it's kind of just a luck issue at this point. Like, whatever PCMCIA drivers we use, are they going to run into any of the chipset specific quirks on this machine? As for all those devices there, ATA0 is the compact flash card we booted off of. It's only got a 4 megabyte partition on it, and right now I just have grub in there. The physical device is 64 megs, but it's got some bad sectors around the 60 meg mark. And then ATA2 and ATA3 actually both refer to the same device. Those are both the PCMCIA card. And MS-DOS 1 is the plan9 partition, and MS-DOS 2 is the actual DOS partition. All right, let's put together a PCMCIA driver kit. System soft, card soft. I think I saw a copy of that on archive.org. I think these are the same. think I can probably just copy all these onto the RAM disk without having to do any separate installation. I think that ATA driver is the main thing I want. There's probably a bunch of other things. I gotta make this 1.44 meg image. I think I could make it a 2.8 meg image. I could also make it a CD-ROM image, but that seems unnecessarily annoying because then I would need a CD-ROM driver. It would also probably take up too much RAM. S for recursive. Hmm. Gotta delete a couple of things just to make room. Ah. 88 whole kilobytes free. Okay. Hmm. All right, I suspect I'm going to have to make this a multi-step thing where I boot this, I try the config, it tells me what is wrong, and writes a config.sys, and then I've got to actually adapt that to work with FreeDOS. And also edit the disk image, I guess, because I don't think if I reboot, I don't think I have any way of maintaining a persistent floppy disk image here. So yeah, let's see if any of this works. tiny card. So far, so good. Oh, okay. Let's not use primary because that actually has hardware at it. What did that even do? Maybe that literally just edits the config file and doesn't have any installer functionality. Drive letter. All right, fine. Maybe I do need to run their installer in QEMU. I think that's probably easier than guessing how to configure all these drivers properly. Okay. Maybe we'll make a 2.8 meg disk image and try to install stuff on there. Could just use whatever the largest floppy geometry memdisk supports happens to be. Also see if memdisk will boot FreeDOS's ISO images. I don't know if that's actually going to be easier to do though. Cool. This might be easier to install with DOSBox. QEMU has a text mode, but DOSBox doesn't. I guess I could do this in QEMU. RAM drive. I guess I'll just install DOS on that temporary image too. I was mostly using that as a place to put the PC card installer. Hmm. I should have actually set the file type because that was the thing QEMU was warning me about. I think that was actually what just happened. Okay. Okay. I want a new image here. I feel like trying to stream anything related to computers is actually like the way people interpret it is like you're signing up to be a programmer therapist. Oh, are we doing hard disk boot now? Ooh. Oh. I underestimated how limited this little distribution of redos was. I guess we don't have the move utility. Anyway, I don't have to keep this disk clean. I was just trying to use this as a staging ground for installing stuff on a 2.8 meg floppy because I don't want a giant 128 meg image because I don't have nearly enough RAM for that. that should be fine. Okay, booting off this temporary hard disk image, trying to install stuff onto the 2.8 meg floppy image, which should be formatted now. Maybe not. Install or setup? I assume setup's for Windows. Wanted to put it on A. I told it to put it on the RAM disk, but it gave me the you can't install it on a floppy drive error message. Well, I'm just going to install it on C, and then I'll have to copy out the pieces that it actually needs. Hmm. Apparently have two toggles here. This is so confusing. Okay. It gave me an empty directory. Let's see if that works any better if we are actually booting off of drive A. Okay, well maybe I can just include the whole installer disk and then run it on the actual target machine. I imagine it's going to be cranky about the install and having a C:" drive, but let's see how far that gets us. Half a meg free even. I needed to set up the config.sys though. I wonder if I can get QEMU to emulate a PC card. I doubt it. Fractional end cylinder. Guessing it detected the wrong format. Or at least memdisk and QEMU disagreed on the format. Right? Tuco's gonna try to stand on the display again. Well, this might be about all I've got in me for this stream. Tuco. So just for a bit of a recap, this stream has been mostly about trying to load operating systems that are not Linux to test out the bootloader situation on here. And I was kind of interested in getting plan9 and DOS to run, since both of those seemed like I would at least have PCMCIA drivers available. And they both had different problems. I tried a few different ways of booting into plan9. It seems like I can get at least one of the plan9 kernels to boot. There's one that seems like it doesn't require CPU instructions that I'm missing, which is a good sign. But it seems to make some kind of progress towards seeing that there's a PCMCIA controller, but I don't see anything that resembles a working root device. So that seems like it needs a bunch of debugging, and it's a system that I don't know anything about for the most part, so it would require a lot of debugging in unfamiliar territory, which would be interesting maybe, but kind of a commitment. And then I wanted to do a quick attempt to boot DOS, just since it seemed like I might actually have some PCMCIA drivers that work okay for DOS. And that's kind of making progress. It's just, it's a very constrained and annoying environment here, because we don't really have a fully supported boot device at this point. We have this grub situation where grub can access files off of the PCMCIA card, but then as soon as grub is done, that no longer is accessible. You know, I wonder if there's a way to tell FreeDOS. Like, I'm wondering if we could get FreeDOS to access the disk controller in the same way that grub is, where I've configured PCMCIA pretty much manually, and then I'm just telling it to access the ATA device directly. That might be feasible under FreeDOS also. Anyway, I feel like the next step on this project is probably to put it back together so it's not taking up space on my desk. I think the boot card is working all right. As for the streams, I know I've been trying to stream every day lately with varying amounts of success and reliability. Not really sure how good of an idea that is at this point. I feel like I need some more time for stuff that is not streaming, so I might want to rethink that. There's also just the bigger question of maybe I should just be doing something completely different and deleting my Patreon and getting a job somewhere locally, and I'm still kind of thinking through that. But yeah, no, I mean, right now I'm still focusing on the video stuff. Just been like slipping deeper and deeper into burnout for like 10 years now. Two goes into this. I'm assuming the problem here is entirely just disk geometry. I don't suppose there is any chance Grub or FreeDOS would detect the disk as it's still configured from Grub. Okay, there's the mem disk. Is this like a floppy swapping emulation feature? I think that's what is going on. So we have no C colon. I don't know why we don't have an ATA device here. Oh, fdisk is... That's interesting. I wonder if fdisk is seeing the compact flash card. 46 megs is, I think, the size the BIOS thinks that compact flash card is. And this certainly might be the grub partition. That type non-DOS is probably fine. It's actually, I think that's technically a FAT partition. Or did I make that ext4? Maybe I did make that ext. That would explain why DOS can't see it. So, but it does see it at a physical disk layer. Can I change the current fixed disk drive, though? Hey, Tuco! Huh. Tuco, what are you doing, honey? Dude. Cool. Ow, to go. Oh, we have, okay, a bunch of drives. How do I change disks? Yeah, I don't know why it's printing 8 disks there. I think we only actually have one that works. I'm assuming at this point that FreeDOS is just using information from BIOS. And BIOS is, you know, BIOS only knows about the disks BIOS knows about. Anyway, there's probably some FreeDOS kernel option I can specify to override that, but I don't know that I have time to dig into that right now. This talkative person in Twitch chat is really misunderstanding what I'm trying to do, but at this point, that's just funny. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else I can do from here. Debug. I don't have debug here. Well, anyway. I need to figure out where to go from here, but we have memdisk working pretty nicely, so I can... Well, I don't know if it works with those larger capacity images, but at least for 1.44 meg floppies, it seems like I can just throw a floppy disk image on the SD card and then boot from it as a RAM disk, which is quite handy. And then as far as actually PCMCIA support, I think we have the software that's necessary. I just need to configure it, and unfortunately there's just like several ways of doing that, but there's something blocking the kind of easiest path in each of those. So I could run the configuration in QEMU. It seems like it actually is trying to detect the PCMCIA hardware though. So QEMU without an actual PCMCIA controller isn't letting us get far enough in that process. And then another option would be to run it on the real hardware. So I was trying to do that by putting both the FreeDOS installer and that PCMCIA stuff on a large disk image, but then memdisk failed to boot that. So I think that's approximately where I'm at. We could try making another memdisk image or try doing something slightly different. I'm pretty happy to put this machine back together at this point, though. It feels like the bootloader is working out all right. And we can do experiments like this on it without having to take it fully apart after this point. Tuco keeps going back and forth. All right, well, that is all for today. I will see you next time. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I still need to figure out like what the actual proper frequency is for these things, so I will just try to do the thing that I usually do and announce them in real time with the Scanlime Live Twitter account and the usual notifications that you get on the various platforms. So I'll be streaming on Diode Zone and Twitch and the Scanlime-in-Progress YouTube channel. Have a good night, folks. See you next time.